Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call us to order. We do have a quorum now. And we have some folks joining remotely as well. I'll let them speak up when it's their turn to answer the roll call. I gabbled us in about 30 seconds too quick, sorry. Very good. Okay, once again, so welcome everybody. Thank you for being patient. We're going to go ahead and start our meeting now. If Cynthia, if you could conduct a roll call for us. Please.
Jean Brady. Joanne Harris.
Here.
Josie Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Jeremy Lending. Jeremy Lending is absent. Fernanda Cardenas.
Here.
Paul Stahl.
Here.
Jaspreet Kaur. Jaspreet is absent. Marcy Ince. Judy Cruz. Beth Graham.
Here.
Here we have a quorum.
Great. Cynthia, thank you so much. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for making it to our meeting today. And Jean, welcome, being remote. We miss you. And everyone else, yeah, we can see you there at the top. We will begin our meeting next, customarily following a moment of silent meditation so we can gather our thoughts, maybe be thankful that we woke up breathing this morning. It's a luxury not a lot of people get. Very thankful everyone's with us today. So let's take a moment, gather our thoughts before we begin our business today. Great. Thank you very much. I wanted to welcome a new trustee. We have Beth Graham representing District 10. I'm already wanting to make a comment about your green hair, but I won't, but I just did. So anyway, so it's green hair this month. I don't know we'll see what next month might have, but Beth has a wonderful, long-standing personal and professional relationship with the library system. And I couldn't be more thrilled that your councilman selected you to represent District 10. So welcome, and we're very thankful that you're going to be with us. There's plenty of work, lots of things happening, and I know you'll be plugged right in. I feel like I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have anything you'd like to say? You don't have to. I don't know if you prepared your speech or your dance or anything, but...
I have. I'd like to thank my parents. No.
Who's going to play the music? Is anyone going to play the music to get her off?
Play her off. Play her off. No, I just... I have had the pleasure of working for many of you in the past, Ramiro and some of the board members. Fernanda worked for me as an intern one summer, and I'm so excited to have the opportunity to work with you, and honored, really honored, to be able to work for the library. Thank you.
Happy to have you. You're going to have almost a trifecta or quadfecta, but having such unique perspectives on the library system, right? And now you're going to have a different role that you'll be playing in terms of advocating for your council and advocating for your council district, advocating for money, advocating for your branches, and now you've got a little bit of a different slant. So I'm really excited you get a chance to explore that part of your leadership abilities and to grow in that way. So once again, welcome. We're so happy to have you. We'll move on next to approval of the minutes. Those were distributed already. We've got printed copies in front of us. And I'm open to any motions. Thank you, Judy. We have a motion first, and was that Joanne? Were you the second? I missed that. Joanne, were you the second? Very good. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on the minutes? Said they looked good to me. If there's no questions or discussion on the minutes, Cynthia, can you take us through a roll call vote, please?
Jean Brady. Joanne Harris. Josie Martinez. Paul Stahl.
Present? Aye.
Preet Kaur. Jaspreet is absent. Marcy Ince. Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Jeremy Landin is absent. Fernanda Cardenas.
Aye.
Judy Cruz. Ooh. Jeremy joined.
Yes, we have Jeremy Lundin, trustee, joining remotely. Welcome, Jeremy. I'm fine to allow him to participate in this vote on the minutes, Jeremy?
Yes.
Beth Graham.
I'm going to abstain since I wasn't at the last meeting.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Read Robert's Rules of Order or something, Beth, but I respect that. Great.
Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you, Cynthia. We'll move on next to public comments. I don't believe we had anybody here. I was looking for some guests out there, and we don't have any surprise guests. I would love to. I always like it when the citizens are able to come and speak to us on their perspective on the library. So we have no citizens to be heard. We'll move on to item number 2, report from the library board chair. Just a reminder that today's meeting is being live streamed via YouTube. And a reminder to complete your Municipal Leadership Institute training. Is everybody getting those emails? If anyone has any questions on those, we can reach out to, is that you, Jessica, or Cynthia? Jessica. Yeah, had I don't know, a lot of fun things have happened this month, but I just had a ball taking off from work on October 10th to go to the convention center for staff day. To keep this short, I'll just say that I was just so honored to be able to join the staff. It's tough to be even prouder of the team and the staff. So many people I hadn't gotten a chance to meet before. Made what I think are some new friends. Got to see Will out there, at security guard, protecting us right at the door there. It was a great event. I can't say once again how impressed I was by the job that the planning committee did for that. It was just very well done. Heidi did a great job. Her team did a great job. Ramiro delegating it all down as he does so well. I thought it was topical. I thought it was informative. It was absolutely fun. And I think the best testament, I think, to the success of the day was just looking at the faces of the staff. They weren't like, what time is it out? I mean, they were having fun. It was amazing. Joanne, you were there too. They were having a blast. Yeah, I don't want to ramble. It was a great day. I'm so thankful that we supported that initiative. To give them that. I thought it was very important. I know Ramiro's very clued in to the needs of the staff, and not because he's necessarily so smart, although he is so smart, he's just a great listener, right? And so these are the types of things that we need to do to maintain, staff morale and have them recognize and feel that they're part of a larger, cohesive group, right? A big team. And so that was fantastic. And I'll end with just saying, once again, that it was just a great event, and I had a lot of fun, and I was just thankful to be invited. Also, the Katrina Ball, that was great. That was fun. Amy, I know you're going to speak later, but just thank you so much for all the hard work that your team did. Others that were there, I'm sure will speak up. It was just so well done, so professional. Once again, everyone had fun, and it just once again makes me so proud to be associated with your organization. That how well everything gets done, pulled off, and executed. And I just heard so many comments from people, even today, still people commenting on what a great event that was. So congratulations on that, and once again, I was so thankful to be able to join that. And last comment is that the 2023 Library Board work plan is in your packet, so we'll discuss that later. That's an agenda item. And that's all I have. We'll have some comments from our board members. Joanne, would you like to kick us off? Anything you want to report on?
Good afternoon. I was able to attend the San Antonio Black International Film Festival. They had a portion, it was a whole long weekend, but one day was at the Harvard Library. And they focused on children because they had one or two vans from like preschool that came, and it was so nice, and they just saw the little clips and they analyzed it and things like that. And then after like 4 o'clock when they left, then they had more adult clips, which I was just very happy that I was able to attend and see that. The other was I did attend the staff day, which was very, it was just really, I'm just very happy that I did go because it was just so inspiring, and it was 95% of the time there was laughter, and you could just see the staff enjoying themselves. I was able to attend 3 of the sessions, which I really enjoyed. Of course, the first one was a 10-minute back massage. Oh, so I enjoyed that to the highest. And then I attended where they had the staff to come up and talk about special things that have happened to them at the library. And it was to tell your story. I think that was the title of it. And then the third one I went to was a drum and rhythm section. And he talked about how, how it just changes your mood and things like that. And he does it someplace in the library system for the residents and stuff. So, but it was very informative, and it was nice to see everybody fellowshipping and having such a good time. Thank you.
I didn't want to leave out that our Assistant City Manager, David Carey, showed up as well. He was there for staff day, as well as our City Manager, Eric, and I just wanted to thank you for coming. I mean, whenever you come, you really energize the crowd. He's quite the public speaker, if y'all haven't heard him. He sets the bar high, and you helped make that day extra special as well. So I wanted to thank you for showing up there, David. Josie?
I also had a wonderful time at Katrina Ball. I got to meet some of the foundation members, and I expressed my appreciation for all of the things that they do for us, but most especially for the Born to Read, because as a librarian, getting books into the hands of kids at the onset is just a wonderful thing, and just one of the best gifts any newborn can receive, I think. Also, over at Mission Library, our folks had a book sale, very, very wonderful, lots of hard work. You know how the book sales goes, usually just that core group of people that show and do the vast majority of the work, and it's wonderful to have that kind of support continuously at Mission Library, so I'm very proud to represent them.
So I was able to attend the Katrina Ball, and what I enjoyed most was just meeting patrons who just heard about it from the marketing and then finding out their connection to the library. So that was very nice, just complimenting, their outfits and their creativity, and then finding out that they just came because they've heard about it and they love the library. So that was a really great event. So congrats to your committee who put that on, and I'm glad it was back here because it just makes it so much special. So.
Had a arena ball was amazing. I think I said that to Amy every time I saw her at the ball, but I'll just say it again, so it's part of the official record. It was just lovely to be back at Central. It was really nice. I enjoyed last year too. It was different, but this was really fantastic. No one mentioned the Encino Playground, so I'm going to mention that. Judy and I were there, and it was just amazing. Fantastic playground. I am looking back at all of the playgrounds that we've been installing over the years, and I see the detail in how we've up-leveled bringing the library connection. There was little books in there, ABCs. It was really awesome. And I didn't see Scott today, but there you are, Scott. It was very cute that there was a ribbon, and then kids were just running around it to go jump onto the playground. So that was fantastic. I also I went to IGO on a half day for the Northside schools, and I thought it was fantastic. I don't know if this was planned or if it was just impromptu, but the playground at IGO, the kids were doing workouts, little kids were there doing workouts, coordinating there. So I thought that was really great. And I heard from my children that the librarian from Great Northwest came to their school at Brandeis and was telling them about library signups and passing out information and just telling them information, which I thought was really great. I know Josie's always reminding us, and Jean used to remind us, and Linda too. But just that connection between the schools and the libraries that are close by, I think is a really fantastic reminder that we need to keep that programming up. So thought I'd share that. Thank you.
Amanda?
Yes, and again, I'm sure you're going to hear it from all of us. The Katrina Ball was excellent, and kudos, because that takes a lot of organization, a lot of prep work, and then a lot of cleanup. It's not just the doing, it's the cleanup afterwards when everything is done. But congratulations on executing a wonderful event. And I did go see the Guerra Library, and I'm happy to know that they are going to the Willie Cortez Senior Center and letting them know about all the resources available at the library for them. So we're very excited to hear that. Thank you.
Beth?
I was also lucky enough to be able to attend the Katrina Ball. And Amy, I don't know if you're aware that you had a crew in from out of town. Liz Alves, who is still on your board and used to be an officer for the Friends as well, bought a table and invited me. As usual, it was such an impressive event. And I also got to talk to some people who had never been before and were just overwhelmed. So congratulations on that. I also wanted to say that I was picking up a hold at Tobin Branch Library and chatted with one of the employees who was telling me about Staff Day on the 10th, that was why the library was going to be closed, and she was very excited at what was planned. So I think staff really did appreciate it.
Marcy?
Yes. Well, first I want to say that I have several things to report on. As I was out of town, and when I was in Boston, I attended their library, and they have the most beautiful library there. It's all marble, and it's in an old historic building with a big courtyard in the middle. But one thing that really impressed me is they had a little tea room, and the tea room was just packed, and it was just such a great idea. You know, next to it, they had a little luncheon place, but the tea room is where everybody wanted to be. And I thought that might be a good idea for some of the branches to think about. I went to the Encino Branch Library of their Friends meeting with Michelle Ricondo, who does a great job over there. They are kind of getting back together. I think after the pandemic, they still are struggling a little, but with the new playground, I think that's going to help bring in a whole bunch new friends. And they had a vote. The president had to retired, and she moved out of state, and so they had a vote for a new president. And everybody just sat there and nobody stepped up. And then all of a sudden, this little girl, she was a senior in high school who was attending the meeting with her mother. She's the new president. And I thought there's hope for the future. I was so excited about this. And then they couldn't find a secretary, so she got on her phone real quick, and she knows a boy, and he's going to be secretary. So anyway, I thought it was just great, and I hadn't seen that ever, have someone that young step up. So I just was so impressed. The Katrina Ball, is such a professional party. It's the way every party should be. It's just, you feel so proud of the library. And what a perfect backdrop the library is for this party. Just breathtakingly beautiful, the way the tables were set up out in the balcony. And it was, everybody is dressed for that. I know how, I must have had very heavy makeup. I did have very heavy makeup on. You what? Well, obviously, other people didn't either, because Ramiro came up to me and said, "Oh, I missed you at the party." I sat there, "No, we talked." I'll show you a picture. You might remember, because we talked for a while. I didn't know he didn't know who he was talking to. But anyway, but it was fabulous. Just such a exciting experience to have something at that level in this city. So thank you so much. And then, of course, the last thing I can say is that I did vote at Brook Hollow, and the line was quite lengthy, but it went fast. My husband went over, and he voted at Parman Library, and he said it took forever. He said there were only 2 people. There were like 5 or 6 people doing it in ours, taking your license and all that. And in Parman, there were just 2, so I'm hoping they get that situation rectified. He said the parking lot was just jam-packed. So it's always good to get people into libraries for whatever reason. Thank you.
Marcy. Jean? Anything you'd like to report on?
I'm missing out on all the fun, and I'm sorry, but I hope to be getting back into the swing of things too.
Yeah, we would definitely miss you, Jean. Thank you. And I know Jeremy's traveling. He's on. He's going on mute unless he's speaking. But Jeremy, is there anything that you wanted to report on? I know I saw you at Katrina Ball.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yes. I went to Katrina Ball. I really enjoyed it. I was really happy to see some of the library stuff there as well. That I didn't win the trip degree. I also plan to go vote soon as I get back from my trip. There was something else I was going to mention. I cannot remember, but I'm not sure with you. Surprise, I'm still here.
Great. And thank you for joining us. Thank you, Jeremy.
Sure.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. There's lots of fun stuff happening. We'll move on now to item number 4, San Antonio Public Library Director's Report for September 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I too have to repeat the accolades, but first let me welcome Beth Graham to the Library Board of Trustees. It's good, Beth, to have you on the board. She and I talked earlier today, didn't have to do a lot of orientations, and she's very familiar with the library organization and our connection with the Library Board of Trustees, of course. So I do want to congratulate Amy and her wonderful team again for a super successful Katrina Ball. It was just an amazing event, so congratulations. I also want to acknowledge the library team who provided a lot of support as well. And so kudos to the library team for being part of this very successful event. And also, Paul, thank you for recognizing Staff Day, and thank you for spending basically the whole day there with, I know your plan was to spend half a day, but you were having so much fun meeting staff and visiting the art show of the staff, provided by the staff, and so thank you for staying to basically throughout the day, and we were extremely grateful. That meant a lot to me and to the rest of the staff, as well to have Ms. Harris there. So thank you again. And of course, we were happy to have our city manager and our assistant city manager participate in Staff Day. It was a wonderful event. I'm cutting short my report. There's one item that I would like to share with the board. I think you will be very proud of the library system. The City of San Antonio does a citizen survey every 2 years, but because of the pandemic, the last survey was 2018, a community survey. And so I wanted to share with you in terms of, as it relates to the community's response to what service are you most satisfied with? I was going to say, I'll give you one guess. The library, tied with fire and EMS, is the #1 overall satisfaction with major city services. So I am very proud of that. And the survey also compared city services with other services of large cities in Texas: Austin, Dallas, El Paso, Fort Worth. As it relates to satisfaction, San Antonio Public Library was at 94%, followed by 89% in Dallas, 82% in Austin, 71% in Fort Worth, and 65%. So again, the San Antonio Public Library is the top library system as it pertains to satisfaction by the citizens and the community. So I wanted to share that with you. We're very proud of the ranking, and it's a tribute to the hard work of all of our library employees and our teams that work very hard to serve our community. So I'm very proud, and I wanted to share that with you. And as some of you mentioned, voting, many of our library locations are serving as early voting and will serve also as regular voting when we move into regular voting. And so that's another important role libraries play to advance civic engagement. And again, I just wanted to give a shout out for those staff members that work in those libraries and accommodate the voters that come to those library locations. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Anybody have any questions for Ramiro?
I have a couple questions about the director's report, but not necessarily something that you just reported on verbally, Ramiro.
Okay.
I was looking at the circulation numbers. I was just looking at our numbers overall, and, things are looking great. I am curious about SAPL website and app visits, and what, you have like the app downloads and the visit number. But is there additional insight that your team is looking at? Like when people come, what are they looking for? Just curious to know.
So we have a end of the year report that will speak to that. We can either wait for that, or I can ask Randall or Kathy to speak to your question right now.
No, we can wait for that. That's fine. Yeah. Can I ask?
Go ahead.
Can I ask two more questions, and then maybe they'll also be covered in the same thing?
Absolutely.
And then I'm also curious, so for Hispanic Heritage Month, which I think was all September, I discovered some books in Libby that were like top picks. It was kind of like a little section that's just like highlighting things. And my daughter and I read some books together, so we like found things there. And I'm curious if there's like any personalization of that, and maybe they can mention that as well in that report, like if it's personalized to some type of persona or like what I've checked out previously. And then my last question is just, and this can also be for later, is just about how we're doing overall with respect to like during COVID, the first few months, we were kind of like trying to re-baseline metrics, not just for the virtual visits and digital circulation, but also like the in-person, numbers. How are things trending now, and what are we expecting for 2023? Do we think things will be back to normal? Is there going to be, is it going to be different than the trends we saw like 2018, 2019?
We're predicting that as it pertains to checkout of items, whether it's digital or physical, for this coming fiscal year, we'll probably get to pre-pandemic levels. That's what we're projecting. We're going to continue to lag behind in in-person visits and programs. We haven't really ramped up yet our programming to children. We're doing a little, but that particular focus group was lagged behind because children couldn't get the vaccines, but that's changing. So we're going to lag behind in in-person visits, and Randall will cover that as well. We'll elaborate on that in terms of what we're projecting for fiscal year 23. Yeah.
Excellent. And I think the individual librarians and their staff decide what to put in, but I wanted to give, I'm sure Beth would get a kick out of this, I think it was Tobin that had a cute letter that was sent in by the patrons, so if trustees didn't see that, yes, Tobin, you have to check that out, because that was very cute.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment on the citizen satisfaction survey. I do remember that in previous surveys, although the library was right up there, it still came in second to fire and EMS. So the fact that the library is tied is a real accomplishment. And when you're up there with the guys who come when your house is on fire, I think that's something to be proud of.
Thank you, Beth.
Ramiro, I had a question on the voting, on the early voting. If you're watching the news, certainly yesterday we let off the news on pretty much every channel, and it was all Brook Hollow, it was all the lines, and it was mentioning branch after branch after branch where voting is happening. Have you had any reports back yet of how it's going, or good, positive, negative?
I have not had any reports of any negative. I did react earlier today. There's a certain campaign that announced they were having a presence in 4 different branch libraries. So I got briefed by staff. That's more an area for the election judges to administer. I was concerned about that, but that was an organic development, and we're okay with that. But Jake, do we have any issues that we need to communicate to the board? I'm not aware of any as it pertains to voting. Voting has been smoothly. Am I correct? I don't want to misstate.
No issues to share at this point.
Okay. So everything's okay.
Great. All right, well, thank you very much for that. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Okay, thank you very much, Ramiro. We'll move on. Item number 5, budget report for September 2022. Gabby, welcome.
So I'm here just to report on the library's operating budget as of the end of 2022 fiscal year. So that report is in your packet on the green paper, if you'd like to sort of follow along or look it over. So I am very happy to report that this year we came in just under 100% of our operating budget. So out of the $43 million budget we have, we spent pretty much everything except about $40,000 so far. So these are not audited numbers. We're still doing some closeout, a couple of entries that still need to process. But I just I commend the staff, the executive leadership on looking and reallocating funds as necessary to address needs that are not necessarily budgeted, but that we can use, savings in different areas to fund and move forward with. So this also includes around $780,000 of carry forward money that we did submit to the Office of Management and Budget. So those are for purchase orders that have been issued for goods or services where we hadn't received the items, or the service wasn't complete by the end of the fiscal year, which was September 30. We'll just continue to work with them. We've actually seen some of those items come in already this fiscal year. So in your report, you'll just notice that we did have some additional personnel savings that we were able to utilize for a major, the category that we used it on was our building maintenance. And then we did have some other various overages and commodities and other expenditures. But that's my report. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Questions for Gabby?
Just want to recognize Gabby. Gabby deserves the credit, what she has accomplished to keep our budget at a fraction, just spending it almost 100% is an amazing accomplishment. So, and it's because of her oversight and providing advice and guidance to administration that we were able to accomplish that. That's just something very difficult to do. So thank you.
Yeah, and just for context, right, I mean, it's, we basically are getting, an allowance from the city, right? City's like, hey, okay, guys, you said you wanted this much, okay, here's that much. If we don't spend it right, and we don't spend it timely, when we come to them again, what are they going to say? Well, why do you want more money? You didn't even do what you said you were going to do last year. So, I mean, what Gabby and her team does is to help just, land that 747, in the fog and just make sure it gets on the runway in time. Yeah, it's every year that you've been involved in that, it's been just very smooth. And so we definitely appreciate those efforts, and congratulations on closing out another year. And once that year's over, it's already forgotten, and now it's to 2023.
We're almost another month into this fiscal year. It's like it just flies.
Other questions for Gabby? Great. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 6, report from the Executive Committee. We met on October 18th to set the agenda. Report, next item 7, report from the Budget Committee. I know they did not meet this period. Correct? Item number 8, report from the Facilities Committee. Andre is not with us, but I know they did meet on the 12th, and Mark is going to give us an update.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the Facilities Committee did meet on October 12th. We had no action items, but we did have a few project updates, so I'll give you a quick rundown of those. We reported on the SEMS branch library patio damage, which Ramiro mentioned this at last month's board meeting. We have been having some shifting going on in the backyard of the SEMS branch library. So we are working with an assessment. We're working to get an assessment done by a consultant to find out just what's causing the damage and what it's going to take to make the repairs. We're going to be working on that over the next few months, and hopefully by early 2023 we'll have some path forward on how we're going to resolve the issue and how much it's going to cost. Here's a couple of pictures we have just to kind of show the settlement that we're looking at. There's been some serious shifting. The first picture you're looking at is by the exit door coming out of the reading area, and you can see in the picture on the right, you've got just a huge shift of the concrete there, and something's going on underneath there that we don't really know yet, so we're going to figure that out. The next picture is a little more drastic. You can see the stairs coming up from the park down underneath, and that part of the patio is just shifting drastically, so we need to have some professionals look at that to see if there's some retainer wall damage or what we need to do to fix that. We have closed that area off to the public, so there's no activities going on out there, and we'll continue to keep the public informed as to what our progress is in getting those repairs made. Pardon? At this point, no, there are not. They don't have a lot out in the patio in the wintertime. They do have a plant swap that I think happened a week or two ago that they were able to hold in the children's area. So in the part of the patio that's connected off the children's area is still not affected yet. So they can still use that for smaller events if they need to. Yeah. So the next one will be the Cortez branch library. So that branch is currently closed for an HVAC project. There was a little bit of delay in getting the equipment. The good news is that the equipment has all arrived, so we're ready to get started on that, but because voting is currently going on at the branch, we're going to hold off any more work on that until after the voting is complete. So they'll get back in there on August 14th, and hopefully they'll be able to finish that up in 2 or 3 weeks so we can get that building back open again. We do currently have temporary cooling in the meeting room, so we are accommodating voting, and voting's been going off there pretty smoothly, so that's been able to accommodate well. So interim services being provided at the Ramirez Community Center in the meantime. Next slide. The Westfall branch, that's another branch that's currently closed. We are looking to reopen that location either in November or early December. We're getting the last few pieces put together. We have some technology that we're getting installed this week, and we're going to get everything back in place, so we'll be able to announce to the public when we're going to reopen that in the next couple weeks, I would imagine. And we'll have a little, we're going to do some programming over there to get the public excited about it reopening, so. We also were able to have the parking lot resurfaced as part of that project, so the outside of the building is going to look as nice as the inside. So, the Forest Hills branch, that's another location that's, as you know, is closed. It's been closed for a while now. We are getting closer to opening that location back up. We're looking at February, March for that. We've got the collection that we've got to get in place along with the technology. As we've been talking about repeatedly, technology is a difficult thing to get these days with orders and lead time, so we're trying to get all that in place so we can get that open back up in February or March. The next one would be the Memorial Branch Library. That's another one that we're getting closer and closer on. We're looking at either possibly a December or January reopening for Memorial. I've got a couple of pictures to show. We've got the front of the building, so this is a beautiful new addition to the neighborhood as you're driving down Culebra. That just shines like a beacon, so that's gorgeous. And then we have some pictures of the inside. Right now we're waiting on the furniture to get delivered, so that's it's a big wide open space, so it's going to be an exciting location once we get that place back up and running. And the last update was the Central Library. So we worked feverishly the last few weeks to get it ready for Katrina Ball as best we could. And we will continue moving with the contractor on completing the first and third floors and getting the building back reopened early 2023 so we can get the public back in here and enjoying the place. And then at that time, we'll close Texana and start the whole thing over again. Yay, awesome. There's also the construction report is in your packet. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to.
Yes, I have a question regarding Guerra Branch Library.
Sure.
It says that Phase 2 are being scheduled for review. When is that review going to take place for Phase 2?
The Phase 2 was just approved in funding for October, so we're working with the consultants to finalize the drawings, and then we will coordinate the proposal with the contractor for the materials, and then we'll have to go to council for approval on that contract, and then they'll order the materials, and we'll be able to determine a little better timeline on when we're going to be able to complete that project as far as the actual install. With lead times that we've been having on the equipment, it's anywhere from sometimes 3 months, sometimes 6 months. So until we can really place the orders, we won't really know, but we're trying to move that along as quickly as we can to get council approval of the contract so we can push that forward. The Phase 1 piece, which is going to be the meeting room and the staff area replacement of those 2 units, that's in the process now. They're going to actually start that right after voting is complete. So they'll get in there, and they don't want to do anything to disrupt the meeting room now with voting, but they're going to get in there to complete those 2 sections right away. So.
In regards to the Havoc, are there still like little coolers?
Temporary units, yes, we'll bring them in as we need to, as temperatures, whether we need. I know last year we had some issues with heat in the building, and we're looking at that right now, what we can do to try to cut that off, because that is connected with the larger units that we're replacing as part of Phase 2. So, thank you. And we're also working on the parking lot improvements there as well. So.
Central, are we going to treat this as like a grand reopening when the work is done, or will we, like with an event?
I believe there's going to be an event of some sort. We're still in that planning process. So.
And prior to construction starting, we had some like issues with parking in the parking garage, like just there not being very many spots available. Do we have has anything changed with that? I remember we added a few like library-only spots, patron spots.
I do recall that, yeah. We'll probably have to talk to some parking folks about that to see what the next step's going to be for that, yeah, once we do reopen. I know that there's always been a policy, if you're a badge holder, they would like you to park on the 2nd or 3rd floor, which we'll probably be getting back to. I know that that's been kind of laxed with a lot of the staff, so I'm sure we'll be jumping back to that to create more room on the 1st floor for patrons, yeah.
I haven't heard anything because no one's coming. Not as many people are coming. Just we get ahead of that. Thanks.
It wasn't on, excuse me, it wasn't on your agenda, but I know during the very hot months of summer, Pan American had also some temporary cooling units there. Has everything been resolved?
We have the design finalized, and that project also received additional funding as part of 2023, so that gives us enough money to complete the full package. So we're just finalizing the proposal with the contractor. We're going to place that order, and we'll be able, we're really pushing to have that one complete before summer. We want to try to have that project done before summer reading starts, but some of that's going to depend on timelines for the equipment once we get that ordered. So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Questions? I try to always go last.
Just a quick question.
Yes, Jeremy.
Comment. I was just going to say on Memorial, I think everything was really great. I know I'm meeting speaking of context and the rest of you with Richard and the Memorial situation. I guess just wanted to make sure he stays in the loop if it does go into the new year. And then also, I will probably be attending as just a citizen, but when the opening does happen, can we also kind of make sure and even just recognize the Marinus Archives for their help and providing a space close for the community that Expo can use in the interim?
Yes, I believe so, yeah. I think we got all that. Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions, comments? I'm going to say probably no. I had a question on Forest Hills. Just wanted to see, I know the February, March 2023 projected dates, I'm assuming we're holding to those, that we feel good of making those. I know staff's starting to move in next month, I guess.
Yes, as we're doing our preliminary schedule, because we've got so many different locations and trying to squeeze them all in together, yeah.
Going on so long, I just would be remiss if I didn't just make sure everyone understands. I'm sometimes patient to a fault, but we want that library open, right? So what I'm looking for, I'm obviously not looking to push you to go faster. You're already pedal to the metal, but in terms of just continue to keep us abreast if there's any slippages to the right, any more supply chain stuff that's still a pain for many people, and but I'm glad that it's moving along and continue to see progress. So, thank you.
Certainly keep you updated. Yes. Thank you.
Moving on to item number 8, report from the naming committee. They did not meet. We did not meet. We will hold a public meeting to consider naming the meeting room at the Thousand Oaks Branch Library after Gracie Lorton, and that meeting will take place on December 3rd at 11 a.m. at the Thousand Oaks Branch Library. And item number 10, report from the Public Relations Committee.
Public Relations Committee did meet. I think it's Jessica. Are you doing that, Jessica?
Yep, she is.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. The Public Relations Committee met on October 4th, 2022, and the committee received an update regarding our library marketing unit and our strategic changes that we've made over the last few months. First of all, the marketing unit has been transformed into the communications office, and this was a strategic change that we felt was necessary so that the library can shift to focusing more than on one field within the marketing area, because our office takes care of public engagement, design, public information, which is also public relations, and marketing. So we felt that a title for the unit that more broadly reflected all of the units or all of the components of our team was the best move to make. So we've gone ahead and made a soft transition and are officially transitioning to our communications office. So you'll from now on hear our communications office referred to as such. So that is one change that we've made. We've also restructured our office a little bit as positions have become vacant. We've seized that opportunity to re-examine the complement of staffing in that unit to see what is really needed, what is available, and so we've made some strategic changes in that regard. I am very excited to share with you that we have created a marketing manager position, and Scott Williams has been promoted into that position very recently. And so Scott joined us in July of 2022, July of 2021, and has done great things in that unit. And so we're very excited for the future of that department as we continue on and promoting the library and really just getting a good footing on promotions, communications, design, just the whole complement for the library system. And Scott is here with us today, serving as our producer for the library board meeting. The next slide will talk about just a snapshot of our September PR report. This does show what the publicity regarding for the library. We did have two media mentions of note. First is Banned Books Week, and the second was the Encino Branch Library new playground, which received excellent media coverage. And on our next slide, we will share with you that we had a very successful social media campaign regarding Bad Bunny. It is our top social media post of all time, which topped our #1 social media post that we reached in April Fools of 2022. So we are gaining ground in this regard. Our team is very dynamic. They are keeping their ear to the ground, watching trends, and being nimble enough to act on those trends, because our Bad Bunny, I'm sure you all saw it on social media, it happened in one day, here and gone, and our team was able to capitalize on it, and it ended up being our #1 post for the entire, for our history of social media. So we're very proud of our team and being able to react so quickly. And finally, our last slide is just looking ahead. Our November campaigns, of course, voting is very important. Civic engagement, and the library does take our role seriously, not only as library voter registration agencies, but also as a venue for voter election day and early voting to take place. So we are heavily promoting libraries as voting locations. We will also focus on Native American Heritage Month and, of course, digital library services, which continue to see an upward trend in that usage as well. And that concludes the report, and I am available if you have any questions.
Great.
Can I just say?
Please.
Sorry. I was just going to say to everyone, if you're watching on the Twitter feed, that it seems like the department's trying really hard to get that Twitter verified, and there seems to be a lot of conversation about that on Twitter right now. Can someone talk about what that campaign looks like and how much response we've gotten to that?
The library department, we're proud that we have been, our social media, Facebook, and Twitter. Oh, yes. I'll go ahead and let Scott respond.
So we reported a few months ago that we were verified on Instagram and Facebook, but not yet on Twitter. And so we're taking a bit of an unorthodox approach to engaging our community to help us get verified on Twitter. So yesterday we posted the number of times that we have attempted Twitter verification publicly and tagged Twitter support and Twitter verification and asked our community to help support. And so far that's been retweeted over 100 times, and there's a huge groundswell of support from our Twitter supporters trying to urge the Twitter support team to get our account verified. So we'll report back if that's successful. We expect it to be. If nothing else, if we do not succeed in becoming verified because of this specific tactic, we're getting a ton of engagement on that platform right now, and we've had over 70 new followers in the last 2 days. So it's having a positive effect either way, but we're hoping that it'll also result in our little blue check mark for Twitter.
Questions? All right, thank you very much, Jessica. Item number 11, a report from the Ad Hoc Board Policy Committee. And it's an information item. I'm sorry, Jean, I know y'all met on October 5th.
We did not meet.
Oh.
Or maybe we did. We met for a minute, maybe.
Hot minute.
To tell you that we were not ready.
Gotcha. No problem. Thank you, Jean. Move on to item number 12, a report from the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library. John?
Good afternoon, trustees. Things are a little quiet for the Friends this past month, but we're getting ready for our Arts and Letters Awards ceremony on November 13th. Commission, so I know you're going to be there, Josie. This is a very exciting year because this is our 50th year for these awards, and we're thrilled because we have such a great group of honorees. Just as a reminder, we have our new one, the Rising Star, which is Matthew Martinez, Education Award, which is Ashley Nieves, our Legacy Award, which is Susan Shimmy Cross, and we have two in the merit category, Jenny Lawson and Chicky Orluna. So we look forward to seeing everyone. That's on November 13th at 3 p.m. And it's going to be another wonderful ceremony, and so it will be great. We appreciate all your support. That's all we have.
Everyone put it on your calendars. All right, I got nothing. Hope to be there. Thank you, John. Moving on to item number 13, a report from the San Antonio Public Library Foundation.
Well, the most important thing that I need to say is thank you to the SAPL team. The facilities team was so great to us during the whole run up to and after Katrina Ball that we could not have done it without them. I want to specifically say thank you to Jessica and Scott and Mark and Rose from facilities. She was just incredible, and her entire team helping us out no matter what was going on. Most of you probably have received an email today as we launched ticket sales for our literary luncheon, which is December 7th. And I'm sure there was some eye rolling, like, didn't we just have an event? But we did, as we talked earlier in the year when Lily was here from the book festival, about the difficulty in getting authors to come to Texas, many of them because of the political climate. And so we did kick our literary luncheon into December because of that challenge. So we are very excited that we were able to secure Chris Bojalian. He has written, I think, 18 best-selling books, and many of his books have been adapted into movies and television shows, and he's super popular. So we were happy to finally be able to find a date that happens to be December 7th, and we will be at the Redberry Mansion, and so that did get launched today. The other thing I did want to talk about, and thank you to Marcy, because we are still in hot pursuit of funds to complete the teen upgrades at Guerra and Pan American. We pitched that early in the year along with Johnston to the Charity Ball Association, and of the 3 projects that we pitched to them, they only funded 1, but we maintained that we were going to continue to look for funding for those. Pan American has been submitted to the Brown Foundation for funding in full, and then Marcy just the other day gave us a lead on some potential funding for Guerra. So we will continue to do that until we have all 3 of those projects funded, because that is very important. And for our board and for me personally, improving the teen spaces is a real focus for us. And that is all I have. Do I have any questions? Nope. All right, thank you.
All out of accolades from earlier, I guess. Yeah. And you don't need to come back up, but I do want to mention one thing because I'm thinking about it, and I want to say it. You strike such a good balance, obviously, with the event, right? And I know you understand from our perspective, they're difficult decisions policy-wise from our side of, closing the library early, for instance, right? I mean, there's this balance, and it's a responsibility, obviously, we all take seriously and heavily, but the way you are continuously looking at, what's the, maximizing the benefit that the library is going to get out of that event, right? Donation-wise, right? I mean, that's what it's for. I just want you to know how much I appreciate your focus on that, how much I recognize it, and that it just shows, your professionalism and just what a good job you do at your mission. And so I just wanted to thank you for that. So moving on to item number 14. Is that correct? Jean, you had no questions? I'm trying to get better at looking to Jean and into our attendees remotely to make sure I don't gloss over. So great. Move on to item number 14, which is consider a request to approve an amendment to the existing to approve an amendment to the existing lease agreement with the National Western Art Foundation to extend the lease term by 14 years for the purpose of facilitating funding in support of facility improvements of the Jack Gunther Pavilion. This is an action item and led by Ramiro. Or would you like to introduce?
I'd like to.
Okay.
It's my pleasure to introduce Assistant City Manager Lori Houston.
Good evening. I miss you all.
Great, yes.
I know you're in good hands with David McCary, but I must say, when I had the library, it was one of my favorite departments to manage because of the diversity that you all handle. And raising a child in San Antonio is one of the coolest things I've done, and you all offer some amazing programming, and I was so excited to be able to bring her to the programming and see familiar faces at those events. So glad to see that you all are doing great work still, and even though David has you, I still hope that one day David gives you up and I get the library back. Not only because it's cool, but Ramiro Salazar is the best director I've ever managed. I used to say he's like the fish in the fishbowl. You just feed him, and he just does whatever he needs to do. And he only comes to you when things are on fire. And it's like, awesome. So everybody wants a director with great judgment and great leadership. I am here to introduce this next item. In my capacity as an assistant city manager, I oversee all the real estate activity for the city of San Antonio, and we've had a long-standing partnership with the Briscoe Museum. We actually have a lease dating back to 2006. The Briscoe Museum opened in 2013. They've had fabulous success, and it's time to do some improvements because they've had such great success. They need to expand some of their facilities, specifically the event facility, add some bathrooms. And we need to extend that lease by 16 years. I know the agenda says 14 years. We are requesting 16 years, and staff will be making that recommendation on November 10th to City Council if approved by the board today. Here with me today is John Montford, who is the chairman of the Briscoe Museum Board, as well as Gracie, I wrote your last name down, Bosiaga, who is the Chief of Operations for the Briscoe Museum. I'm going to ask John to come up and speak about the scope of work, and then we'll be able to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori, and Mr. Chairman, trustees, and Mr. Director. This is my third year as chair of the board of the Briscoe Western Art Museum, and I was absent the last two elections, so anyway, but it is a labor of love. We're very proud of what we've accomplished at the Briscoe, and we commenced this project actually about 14 years ago with the old, as it was termed, the Carnegie Library building. We did the complete renovation, and we expanded with the Jack Gunther Pavilion, which was designed to host special events and certainly help raise money for the museum. Frankly, we have outgrown our facility and we need to expand. It is a interesting collection of not only Western art, and we term it Western art of the Americas, but also a lot of artifacts. So I would love to give you a tour the next time you have a minute. We'd love to have you tour the Briscoe if you have not. Now, why do we want this lease extension? Well, in the first place, over 90% of the money that has gone into the construction and outfitting of the Briscoe has come from very generous private donors. And we think it's a good investment for the city. The library board is on the lease, which would require your concurrence with this request. We plan to raise the money to complete the expansion. We'd like to go out on the east side of the pavilion, and having met with the chair of SAWS, Robert Puente, SAWS has indicated it would be possible for us to go out as much as 25 feet on the east side of the Gunther Pavilion. The reason we need this expanded capacity is that we have so many people that come to our events, particularly our annual Night of the Artist event in March, which is now the second largest grossing fundraising art sale for Western art in the United States. We've elevated to that position in a short period of time, but we have to set people outside. We can't get everybody in the pavilion. I guess that's a good problem to have. But if we can expand the east side of the pavilion, we think we can get upwards of 450 to 500 people inside the pavilion and stay in compliance with the codes for occupancy that we observe. Just as importantly, when the facility was built and completed some 9 years ago, the budget was tight, and I was off in Detroit at the time and Washington, D.C. working for General Motors, and my wife was chair of the board during that period, but I guess they ran out of money because they didn't put restrooms on the first floor. They had them on the second floor and third floor. We desperately need to incorporate facilities on the first floor. We've got some additional improvements we need to make. We've got some disability access needed on one of the walkways on the second floor. So I think it will be a good investment for you. It's a lot easier for us to raise money if we can tell our donors that we're going to be there at least 40 years and not 24. So we respectfully request your consideration that we extend this lease for 16 years, and in effect that would give us, the original term was 40 years. The original lease was dated in 2006. So if we get a 16-year extension, at least we can say to prospective donors that we'll be there at least 40 years as long as you allow us, and I'm confident, candidly, that we're going to be around a long, long time. I think the thing that I'm most proud of, and goodness knows Grace is our chief operating officer, I believe she sleeps at the Briscoe. I've never arrived when she wasn't there. But the thing I'm most proud of is I think we really have made an area of downtown on the river. We've transformed it into a very pristine location with some very fine works of art. So we'd appreciate your consideration. We have to go certainly before the Board of Trustees here as well as the City Council, but I wanted to assure you that we'll get the job done expeditiously as we can, and it will certainly help in the fundraising if we can tell our donors that we're going to have, that we have at least a 40-year occupancy. So be happy to answer any questions, and I guarantee you if I can't answer them, Gracie can.
Thank you, Mr. Montfort. Does anybody have any questions? And Jean, I'm looking to you as well.
I have a question. I'm not that familiar with the Briscoe, really.
Let's hold on for a second. Jean, did you have a question, if you don't mind?
Well, I'd just like to know what their timeline is for this. I think they're going to try and get tax credits or something. Does it have to be done by a certain time?
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Asking if this had to be done by a certain time, with her hearing that you're looking to get tax credits on this, so is there like a specific timeline that you're trying to follow to expedite this?
Is the question, can we extend the tax credit aspect?
I think
What your timeline is for this?
So the question is, what is the timeline for this? This process, maybe?
Oh,
timeline
okay.
of the process.
The timeline for construction. We have just had the architects complete the field civil survey as well as the engineers. We're waiting on a report. My estimate would be a 3 to 4 year window to complete planning and construction.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jaspreet. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
You had mentioned, and maybe I misunderstood, you said the board members have, they're on the lease? Did you say something like that? Your board members are part of the agreement?
No, I said the library board of trustees is a party to the original lease.
Oh, a party to the original. Okay, so that doesn't mean they have.
Still have yes, and I neglected to mention, we still have a library portal within the Briscoe. And the reason for that is back on the original deed, there was a requirement that the library maintain a presence in that facility, and there was a reversionary clause if they did not. Now, it's long since passed and probably would be barred by limitations, but in the spirit of compliance, we have provided a library portal. If you want to give us that space, we could use it, but we're going to honor that commitment.
I have a question. What is the arrangement with SAWS for the, would you be leasing land from them, purchasing that additional 25 feet? How would that work?
Well, when we visited with SAWS, and again, obviously we're going to have to give them some significant engineering reports on that expansion, but in our discussions with SAWS, they indicated based on where the water lines, the existing water lines were buried, and just east of us is a very major pumping station for SAWS. But they indicated in my discussions with Mr. Puente that we could go out as much as 25 feet and not compromise any of the existing water lines. And we also committed, as we did in the breezeway with the current facility, which is built over a water lines, we built in access ports to enable SAWS to get to those lines if they needed. So those items I think can be worked out, but according to SAWS, we are okay going out as much as 25 feet on the east side. It would not compromise any of the water lines.
What would the financial arrangement be, though? Would you be leasing that land from them? Would you be purchasing it from them?
We hope that it will be the current arrangement of $1 a year. That seems to work best for us, yeah. We've also, I would point out though, there's a courtyard in front of that pumping station that now we've turned it into a very pristine sculpture garden. So it's been kind of a win-win for both of us over there.
I remember that's where Lady Justice originally was.
Sorry?
That's where Lady Justice was originally, was there in the SAWS courtyard.
Questions?
Thank you very much. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
You have a question? Yes.
I do have a comment. As the ranking historian, except for Beth, she may outrank me. I've been with this project from the start. When it began and they came to us, and I'm not a math person, and I didn't understand tax credits. I still don't, but I have seen what they've done with it. As you know, I've been sitting on that board. I haven't been lately for health reasons, but I do read the minutes and all the things that go on. But they are very good stewards of this building. And to be perfectly frank, we could not have done what they did. They plowed, I think it was close to $35 million. John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, on the remodel. And we couldn't have done with taxpayer money some of the things they did because they had private money and could really fix this right. And I think everybody would agree the building is beautiful. If you haven't ever been, you should go. And I would be very supportive of increasing this to 16 years.
Great. Thank you very much, Gene.
I would also like to add the staff, library staff also supports this request. I think it's a good thing for the project, for the Briscoe, and for the space that we occupy there. Again, as Gene indicated, if you have not visited the Briscoe, how the old main library was not only transformed, but many of the historical elements were preserved. They spent a lot of money in doing that, and it's a beautiful result. So we support it.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the board when that happened, and the construction and the renovation. I mean, the care that was taken to preserve. I mean, what is it, like buffalo? Is it buffalo hide on the stairs? Am I right? I mean, it was done right. They've been great partners. We've mentioned a few times, hey, if anyone would like to go out and see it, I think it'd be good if maybe we organize maybe a board trip or just have a date where we can go see that. We should all be familiar, very familiar with that historic building. And so in essence, what we're talking about here is extending it currently from an expiration date of 2046, adding 16 years to that for an expiration date of 2062. Lori, kind of cuts to it.
Paul, I don't have a comment about the agenda item, but I like your idea of having a tour, and then maybe prior to that, you could give, once we have all of our new board members in place, maybe getting an overview, Ramiro, from someone on the staff to tell us more about the lease agreement and the arrangement, and John made a interesting point about having some space there that maybe isn't like optimized, so maybe that's something we should consider in terms of like the portal that's set up as well.
John's kind of negotiating for more space. It's kind of
I
our
did
space
catch
right
that.
now.
I did catch that, but I think it would be good for us to understand.
Because that's what he does, because he wants, and it's something to discuss, something for us to understand, right? Because if it can be better utilized by the library, then we need to be doing that. And if it can't, then that's another discussion.
Actually, Grace and I, just before the board meeting started, we had a very brief conversation about getting together to see how we can better manage the space together jointly. We're not, even if we wanted to offer the space, I don't think we can. I think the restriction doesn't allow us. It needs to have a library purpose, as I recall. And Steve's here. You don't need to answer, Steve. But yes, the point is that we will have a dialogue. And regarding the December board meeting is coming up, and generally that's a short board meeting, and we have a holiday celebration. Perhaps the board should consider having the meeting there. I'll talk to Grace about it. So, and that will give the board an opportunity to look at the beautiful transformation of the main library. I mean, it was sitting shuttered for 4 or 5 years, and with no plan to restore it or do anything with it. So, and what it is not today, it's beautiful.
Question. Thank you for taking care of this facility, because I have seen it and it is very well taken care of. What do you guys have cost estimates of what you're trying to fundraise for improvements? Just curious.
There's never enough money, but I would estimate, just based on my experience, we're looking probably in the range of $4 to $6 million, and I always add on 30% for cost overruns. That's kind of our current estimate. I'll have more precise numbers as soon as the architects and engineers give us the initial report. Did I answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
Hard to believe it's been 16 years. And I appreciate the way you said that, Judy. I mean, thank you for being good stewards of it, right? I mean, we entered in, I mean, it was a difficult, Gene, right? Not too many others here that would remember, Gene, it was a big decision, wasn't it? A hard decision, and
it was a very big decision.
It's kind of like a marriage, right? You're like, well, hey, everything's great right now. How's it going to be later? Well, 16 years later, it's been going well, right? There's nothing. I've heard nothing negative. I've heard nothing of concern, right? So that's a good sign, and to consider.
The one thing I would say about it, Paul, is that some of these really big decisions, you think, this is a big decision for the city and for us, and I think we were scared because it was something brand new, and we didn't know about tax credits and all those kinds of things. These guys all knew how to do that. We didn't. And I will say, as I said before, they've been very good stewards. And if you want a motion to approve this, I would move to approve this tonight.
Great, thank you, Jean. So we do have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. We have a second from Beth. So yeah, I mean, it's not something that, I know no one's taking it lightly here. I know there's lots of details to this, but, past engagements have always been very transparent, and the ask here is pretty simple. It's, they need more space to continue the success of this venue, and for the strategic plan that they have for growing that space. And I did not know about your second place ranking in the United States for. I mean, that's amazing. I wish I'd have known, and maybe if I heard that and I forgot it, but that's, congratulations on that. I mean, that shows the stature of what you're doing. So, so yes, I think this is a good idea as well. Any other questions, comments, since we're now officially deliberating with a motion and a second?
Paul, it might help if the motion were to correct the 14 years to 16 years, just so that when we do the minutes, it's all very clear that that's.
I wasn't sure if that was a typo for just tonight or if that was on actual official agenda, and I guess it is. I should be looking at the official agenda. So yes, Jean, would you be willing to put that in your motion to
the 14
stipify to make the correction from 14 years to 16 years?
Yeah. Yes, I did. I thought I did say 16, but I was breaking it to 16.
Great. So we have a motion. We have a second. Is there any other comments or questions? This is where I look deep in.
I would ask Paul that they would come back to us when they have a real plan.
Did you hear that? If you'd please come back to us as the plan progresses. She said it, once you have a real plan, but you have a plan. But as the plan solidifies, yeah, when you're talking, I mean, tax credits, yeah, they can be complicated, but without tax credits, a lot of these projects just don't work. Once again, so this is where I look deep into your eyes to make sure if anyone's got any last questions, you're asking them. And if you're avoiding my eyes, then that means you're done, and that's fine.
I'll just add it.
Just Jeremy. Yes, we can.
I was in it before, and I know there has been conversation about it, and it may be completely separate, but I wanted to know how, if there was more collaboration between the Bristol and the portal, and on the note of, and I know we're going to talk about it later, but I really think that portal being there is essential to that donation that was made from the family. I wouldn't ever really want to see that space gone. I think it's really important that it stays, having some semblance of a library there in the portal. So the increased collaboration, but also I really think that space needs to stay. And then this may be more operational on the library side, but have we further explored supporting the staff that's there better with parking and things like that?
The question is, have we considered about parking, coordinating with parking for the staff? Is that it?
No, it's about coordination between the portal and the museum.
Oh, okay.
Hello, I'm Gracie Burciaga again. And yes, we do collaborate with the staff there at the library portal. We also have one of our head of education, who is the liaison with the library portal staff. And so we do include them when we have community days and we are open to the public. We do include and collaborate with the staff there from the library portal. Does that answer your question? Is it Jeremy?
Yes, I think the other one was more operational for the library about parking for the staff.
So it was also, yeah, so.
Oh, okay. I did send Dale some information. Our staff, there is a parking garage across the street from the museum that we utilize as staff, and we do pay a premium for that. I did give that information to Dale a few months ago to let him know that this is what we do for our staff, if that's something that the library would want to do for their staff as well.
Could you repeat what you said about when you're open to the public? Is this building not open to the public on a?
So the museum is open to the public from 10 to 5. We are closed 2 days a week right now, which is Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Because of the pandemic, we did have to cut some hours. And so the museum, when the museum is open, the library portal is open as well. But when we do have special events, like we're going to have our, in November, we're going to have our Indian Arts Market, and it's free to the whole community. We also work with the staff from the library portal to collaborate some programming for our visitors at that time.
So you have to, on certain days, you have to pay to get in, and on other days, you have it where anyone can enter.
For the museum, you have to pay to go in, but for the library portal, that is always free to the public.
Okay, so it's
Yes.
in a section where you can enter.
It's a section, yes. And when you come to visit, when we have your board meeting at the museum in December, we'll be happy to show you the space, and you'll see there is a separate entrance for guests that want to just visit the library portal, that they don't have to come in through the main library. They can come in through the Riverwalk, and they can come in and out as often as they want. And then, of course, they come, and if they need to use the facilities as well, they're welcome to do that. If they want to tour the museum, then they can pay the admission to tour the museum itself. So, okay.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, and the motion was
Thank you.
amended. Like 16 years, vice 14 years. If there's no other discussion or deliberation, Cynthia, if you could take us through a roll call vote, please.
Jean Brady,
Agree.
Joanne Harris,
Yes.
Josie Martinez, Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent, Jeremy Landin,
Yes.
Fernanda Cardenas, Paul Stahl,
Yes.
Jaspreet Kaur,
Aye.
Marcy Ince, Judy Cruz, Beth Graham. The motion passes.
Gracie and Mr. Montfort for coming down, and you have our support. Best of luck. We look forward to hearing how it progresses, and we also look forward to trying to get together with a date so we can see more and understand, how that partnership, what it really looks like there, and maybe how we can make sure that we're making the most out of that library portal as well. So thank you all very much for your time. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Good to see you. Moving on to item number 15. The staff report and end-of-year report on the library's performance metrics for fiscal year 2022. And this is an information item.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Brando Polashik. I am the library's Performance and Innovation Manager. I always say if you can't find me, I am buried in a spreadsheet doing data analysis, and happy to be here to share tonight's presentation. So just as an overview, we'll be highlighting still pandemic recovery of our top 3 key performance indicators. You might hear me say KPI, key performance indicators. We will also be talking about progress towards our targets that are set. Setting targets for performance measures is a part of the annual budget development process. So the targets that we did set for fiscal year 22 are actually done in the summer of 2021. So there's much uncertainty at that time. So we went ahead and developed models, and we had a forecast of how library performance would occur. So what we're doing today is looking back at those targets that were set and our actual performance. And then at the end, we'll summarize what each of those are. So just starting off with what are the 3 key performance indicators. Circulation. That's the checkout and renewals of both library materials that are both physical and digital. The second is hours of technology use. That's the combination of hours of Wi-Fi being used and hours of public computers added together. And then the last is library visits. This is your traditional in-person door count of when persons are visiting the library. And Jaspreet, thank you for your question earlier, because I do want to make sure I get that answered as it relates to tonight's presentation. All right, so here we go. This is our first visual that I'm going to be walking through everyone tonight. So this is a visual that does show the actual of circulation for each month. It is color coordinated for the fiscal years. So on your left, you'll see fiscal year 2019 and a lighter blue. And then towards the right, we're making our way towards the fiscal year that we just finished, which is fiscal year 22. So what I do want to highlight is three things. The target, the goal that we set for circulation for fiscal year 22 was at 80% of what it was in the last full normal year, which is 2019. We've been closely monitoring the ratio of physical and digital as that fluctuated very much. And in 2019, it was about 25% digital, 75% physical. And then where we're at now in fiscal year 22 is actually seeing that ratio stabilizing as behavior is starting to normalize, about 40% digital and 60% physical. So, and as we talk about recovery throughout the pandemic, we've actually recovered 94% of what our performance was in 2019, which is great. Behavior change, we're continuing to have items be circulated, so we're almost at where we were in 2019. And I can't wait to share more what we expect for 2023. All right, so this is the same exact format, just focusing now with library visits. Now, library visits were a little bit more difficult. All public libraries kind of struggled with measuring the traditional in-person door count. And just what I wanted to mention here was your question about our virtual engagements, right? That's who's going to our website, who's interacting with us on social media, who's using Overdrive, how many times is the app used. Those are all other operational measures that we always keep track of. I did a real quick review, and I'll do a little bit more analysis and send you more information, because it's a lot of ups and downs, and even for some data, through Google, for example, for app usage is no longer available. That's kind of that note there, where we had to transition away from how many times apps are used and looking more at how many times the app was downloaded. So I'll be happy to report back with more details about that. Now, are those virtual engagements visits? Traditionally, they're not actual visits to the library, but they're still considered to be ways that we're connecting with the community still. So again, with this visual, 2019, we had about almost a half million visits at our public libraries. Yes. It is not, and that's why it looks not much progress was made in 2020, right? We continue to increase our phased reopening, right, throughout 2021 and 2022, but without considering all of those additional virtual engagements, that's why the recovery doesn't look as it was in 2019, because behavior's changing, we're interacting differently. And the trend we've really been following this current fiscal year is how we returned in-person programming. Adult and teen programs were returned first, later with children programmings, and you can kind of see those two spikes in 2022. That's when we returned those programs back to in-person. So at the end, when we're comparing 2022 back to 2019, it's about 47% recovery of the traditional library visits. And then same visual for our last KPI. This is the hours of technology use. When we were setting the target for hours of technology, it was set at 50% of what it was in 2019. Some trends that we were following, we are noticing that there are higher proportions of Wi-Fi versus public computers. For many reasons, we have more persons wanting to use maybe their personal device, maybe when schools provided more devices to students. We are seeing higher ratio of Wi-Fi being used. It could be that there's parking lot coverage that was extended and that's being used more. And when we talk about recovery, it's about 80% of what it was in 2019. So you can see how it gradually increases every month about the hours of technology. So in summary, We had these targets set for our 3 KPIs, right? Circulation, we not only met, we exceeded the goal for the year by 16%. Hours of technology, much significant than we estimated, where we ended at 55% above what the target was. And then for visits, 2% is a lot because we didn't know what to anticipate for visits, but the fact that we had a target, we were monitoring along each month, and we were able to still reach that goal in these, times of post-pandemic and new normal. So this is just another visual just to wrap it all together. I know the text we can't read to on the screen. So basically on the left, if you were to add up all those targets, right, these are what our goals are for all of the 3 key performance indicators. It was about 10 million. That's every checkout, every visit, every hour of technology being used. And then we would add up all of our actual, that's that orange column on your right. It was actually closer to 12 million. So again, across the board, our targets were met and exceeded. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have. I'm sorry? Yeah. Circulation is, yes, it's per item, and it's checkouts and renewals. It's actually, I guess, correct. Actually passing to the door counter and counting the number of persons walking through. We track lots of data. The number that we're using for the key performance indicator is hours. So if somebody is on Wi-Fi and we're tracking the hours, we're using hours, and we're adding that to computer hours as well. So those 2 separate measures together are hours of use. So, we also track sessions, we also track the number of unique users, and those are just other operational measures that we like to follow to see the bigger picture.
So you're actually counting those people sitting in the parking lots and on the benches using the Wi-Fi? That's outstanding.
And for Central, believe we can track it by floor, by area. I know we're not in full open right now, but we have that ability to. The data starts the moment accept on the SAPL Wi-Fi is yes. And the moment that's the time the software is calculating the hours and also tracking the use. So for example, if you're in the building 10 hours and you click that accept page 10 times, those are considered to be sessions, right? But our software recognizes the same device hit that 10 times, you're just one user. So that's also important to look at users and sessions. Even though we're reporting on hours.
So I don't remember honestly how many closures we had in 2019, but I just feel like now we have a lot more closures. So was that factored in as far as how many libraries were actually open versus in 2019 versus right now? Because I feel like there's a lot of projects that are happening.
I had the same feeling. I had thought that this year there may have been more closures than in the past. As it turns out, we have just about the same number of projects. Of course, the Forest Hills and the exception has been closed for much longer. But every time that we're doing analysis for creating targets, and we factor that in any of those planned closures already. So, for example, fast forwarding to fiscal year 23, we have an idea of the projects that we're going to be working on and those expected closures. So our targets for this year already, account for those planned closures.
I had a question. I think I've asked this before, but please remind me what the answer was. The Sora app that is students can use, are those hits in this data?
Technically not in this presentation. We track overdrive visits right? And Overdrive is the Sora is the app. But yes, we can definitely track and monitor Sora sessions. Mhm. Correct. Yeah, we technically don't own the Sora app, so yeah, we can track our app downloads, and we could work with Overdrive if we wanted them to provide like the number of times their app is downloaded.
On one of your charts, for inquiring minds, it kind of came down and it had one big spike and then went back down again. What was that one big spike?
Go back to visits, Edward. I believe it's maybe 3 ahead. Yes, that big spike right there. Anyone remember October 2020? It was an election, a presidential election, October 2020. And so we're every election cycle, you'll notice every other year you'll see that spike because it happens, and just like we are on early voting and voting day. These are Fisker's. That's okay. And I tried at the bottom in tiny words, of course, sorry, I didn't say it out loud. October is the left, and then September is the last column for each of those years. Yeah, so that was October. And the last thing I wanted to talk about was for fiscal year 23, the target we have set is actually exceeding our performance in 2019. So we're expected to fully recover the number of items that are being circulated. Visits, we're expecting 50%. And then for hours of technology, it's about 85%. So we're still not making much progress. We are definitely heading in the right direction. And again, the times that I've spoken to other library systems, we're all in it together. As far as like all these virtual engagements and, tracking that, and we're definitely in communication.
Really looking at 2019, trying to recover, and that's why we call it recover. It seems to me that's the reasonable benchmarks, but then there's a lot of discussion. Randall alluded to behavioral changes, so how does that impact to our decision or our thinking of what goals should we set? Should we be thinking of additional goals? But back to your questions, trying to recover, get back to where we were pre-pandemic.
I think it would be interesting to hear from the staff, because you have so many experts on the team that are really understand, and out in the branches that are seeing where the interest is and what things are popular. And I think it would be really interesting to go about goal setting a different way now. Especially we have a lot of branches that are going to open in 2023, so I think it's an opportunity to.
It's an opportunity to address that, and I would also be curious to know, and you don't have to answer this now, but if, from a growth perspective, if your team will be identifying certain, adjusting campaign strategy to meet the goals that you're setting.
We can ask now, Randall, are you comfortable, or Kathy? Kathy and Randall are our numbers persons. So are you comfortable?
We may need to do a little bit of follow-up, but yes, coverage 2019 most definitely, and then because of how targets aren't aligned with fiscal years, we had to submit fiscal year 23 this summer already. Unfortunately, we're not asked to provide throughout the budget year, right? Any updated target measurements, but every month when we provide our performance reports, we're going to be checking progress. And next summer, of course, as we approach more and more known data and more information becomes available, next summer we'll be able to incorporate that into future planning. So our performance today and this month is going to influence the targets that we set for next year.
I should also add another factor is the city managers established goals, talk about recovery and getting back to pre-pandemic. But that doesn't mean that as a department, we can't establish something that goes above and beyond what the city manager has established. Yeah. In terms of asking each department, where are we pre-pandemic?
So it sounds like you have 2023 goals already submitted. You submitted them in the summer. Were those shown to us? Or?
They weren't part of the presentation. I can high level share with you what they are. Yeah. Yeah, so I won't be here next board meeting, but in the next report, that is when the fiscal year targets will be printed in that packet.
Way of bringing those forecasts, those goals into some of the metrics that are shared in the director's report so we can see progress towards those and just see what they are. Maybe it's not really, let me retract, that's not a yes or no question, that's just a suggestion or something to consider, so how we can see the progress towards those goals, and then we can also see what they are. So that's something I'd just like to throw out there for consideration. How about that?
Yeah,
Questions or comments?
Those are good suggestions.
Always good. You always got to bring your A game.
Great, thank you.
I think they're done asking, something comes from left field, and I'm like, good question. Thank you so much, Randall. We'll move next to item number 16, review and consider the library board committee appointments and liaison assignments for fiscal year 23. Let's consider that. So I want to thank all of you. I asked y'all last month to be thinking about it, and then just Spreed, I want to thank you for following up with the board members and just having more conversations to encourage their thought processes. I'll just say as an overall, with Linda's departure, so we had some spaces to fill there. And redirect me, Ramiro, because I sometimes forget the protocol of how this goes, but I'm going to really just approach it committee by committee. And obviously, the executive committee is as it is, and there was a change. I'm actually looking at last month's, but I know we have corrected that to reflect Joanne as treasurer. Great.
Yeah, it's in the pink.
And
Can we have discussion before we, is that permitted for us to have discussion prior to?
correct?
Before people raise their hand for a specific
Sure.
committee or?
This is a discussion. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not laying an edict down here at all.
Okay.
I'm going to take it committee by committee, just mention where the holes were. I've got some people that have stepped up and said that they're interested, and then we'll be reconsidering that, or they'll be taking that into advisement. And then what I think is going to happen is I will supply, we'll actually have the full annotated.
That's what I would recommend, and
That's what we would vote on.
And I understood that this process you wanted to take today would be a deliberation, which is, I think, appropriate.
And would we take action today, or will we take action next time on the fourth one?
It's on the agenda to take action today, but the board can certainly decide to postpone action.
So, once again, my proposal, or what I'm planning to do is just go committee by committee. And right now, for the for the Budget Committee.
So for the Budget Committee, since I'm the chair, I will add that we do have one member that's vacating, Jeremy, and he's backfill for District 5 is not here yet, but I did mention to Beth that I was hopeful she may, as a new trustee that doesn't have any committees yet, consider budget. And I don't know if you had a chance to do that. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Beth, but I did. But we'd love to have you.
I will note, I guess only because I was thinking about that as well, and I have not met the new person, but what I did when I joined at Paul's recommendation was I went back through and was trying to decide myself which committees would be most helpful for District 5 and for some of the things that the councilwoman was interested in and the community. And in that spirit, I just asked to be appointed to continue the appointments of the former District 5 trustee. And since this consideration, if the vote is taken today, would still be my appointment to those committees, I would like to consider, to continue on those same committees. That way the next District 5 representative has that opportunity to serve in the same capacity.
Yeah, Jeremy, I appreciate you bringing that up. You kind of beat me to the punch, and I probably should have mentioned that earlier in case that was kind of hanging out there, especially for you. I have no intention of removing you from any of the committees that you're on in the past. I want District 5 to be represented on those committees still. Your status is frankly just a standard, kind of a standard holdover status, which many of us have been in that sometimes for long periods of time. We've been in holdover statuses. So yeah, I have absolutely every intention of keeping you there because I didn't hear of anything different as of you wanting to come off of any of those. For budget, with Linda's departure, we have 4. We had an arm twisting motion for Beth to consider being on the budget committee, and she didn't even look at anybody. And the budget committee is still fine with 4, right? Nothing says we absolutely have to have 5. But I'll leave that out there. That's actually one of the only ones that I've got kind of an open question mark. So we can leave that as it is, and I'll come back to it before we even have a motion to see if anyone is interested in that. So if that's something you're interested in, if you love numbers, and that's just something to consider. Facilities committee. With Linda's departure, it's a natural for Beth to be in there. I think she ought to continue representing District 10 with the projects that they have. I didn't get a chance to ask Andrea about that. I forgot that she wasn't going to be here today, but I think I would have her, and we have her concurrence on that. So that proposal.
And she was also, as Jeremy said, with the number of projects that are occurring in District 5, she was very hopeful that we would continue with some District 5 representation for facilities as well going forward.
Right. So
Andrea mentioned that.
Gotcha. So Andrea's saying keeping District 5, keeping Jeremy on facilities, and Beth as well. So that's bookmark that if you're taking notes. I will jump over to the top right for the naming committee. With Linda's departure, once again, I'll just be repeating that over and over. With Linda's departure, leaving the chair open, I've asked Judy to consider chair, and she has agreed. Big smile on her face. And that does leave us with 3 members, and I'd feel more comfortable with 4. And Josie, when I talked to you earlier, I made you choke with my initial question, and I didn't get a chance to ask you the second one to see if you'd consider being on. I had your name penciled in here on someone that I thought would be good on the naming committee, and I'll say I had your name penciled in. And is there anybody else that was interested in being on the naming committee? I didn't receive word back from anybody, so I don't want to step on anybody's ambitions here. And so if that's all right, Josie, I'll propose you on the naming committee to round us to 4. And once again, Judy moving up to chair. And Judy, I appreciate that. It's a real low-key committee. No nothing controversial or anything, so it's nice and easy. Public relations. I've asked, and this is, and out of respect for both Fernanda and Jeremy, I know when y'all came on, I don't even remember exactly what I said, but I might have said, traditionally, a board member takes some time to understand where they want to contribute, and if that sounded like I was saying, hey, you can't jump on yet, it really wasn't, but it was really just so you get a chance to understand where you want to contribute. With the Public Relations Committee and with Beth coming on, I felt it was a good opportunity to have her join that committee. Joanne moving up to the Executive Committee and Treasurer, having more responsibility there. She's willing to come off of the Public Relations Committee, leaving a space, and I was going to propose Beth for that position. And I guess I didn't do this very well on the previous ones, but is there anybody else that was interested in joining the Public Relations Committee? With my proposal, that keeps us at 5, so if someone else is interested, someone else would have to come off, but that's what we're deliberating about right now. So is everybody fine with that change? Looks generally okay. On the Ad Hoc 2022 Bond Committee for 2023, no changes. I have no changes there. I have no changes to the Ad Hoc Library Policy Committee. On the Ad Hoc...
Is ad hoc bond, is that generally 4 or is it usually 5? What's the guideline?
Guideline is not 6. That's an easy guideline. 4 or 5 is more traditional. 3 would be a red flag, in my opinion. I'd want to have more representation on that committee. So if you're asking, could we go to 5? I would say sure. I'd also say that I would believe it's fine for me to say this since I'm board chair. I think I could say this. If there's some circumstance, if there was only 4 people on a particular committee and mid-year someone's like, you know what, gosh darn it, I'm really wanting to be on that committee that could use an extra person, I mean, that's something that I would certainly consider, even without looking to my left for approval. That's something I would absolutely consider. I'd want someone to be able to serve if there's room, so.
We're talking about the 2022 Bond Committee?
Right, or in general. There's a question in general about 4 or 5.
But
on the...
Isn't that committee basically dormant since the 2022 bond package has been approved? And
Unless you were going to go right into 2027, which could be the case.
so if that's the case, we would, if that's the board's desire, you could then.
We would do that at the time we're ready to start work, where we would like dissolve this committee and start a new one.
Oh, I guess that's the question, yeah.
Right, because there's no immediate work that I can foresee, and I'm looking at staff, and they're saying no. So we generally view it as being dormant, and then when the board decides when do we start work on the next bond program, you reactivate that committee.
Start whenever Gene tells us to start, obviously. So. No, so what I'm hearing is we keep this as dormant. Once again, I was not proposing any changes to it anyway, but as we start to gear up, as early as we think is prudent, then we can revisit that. And if there's any, I don't expect everybody to know what they want on that particular committee at this current time, so there'd be no change to that.
So I think the options, from my perspective, it's either dormant or you sunset that. And I see
Gene,
those.
as chair, do you have an opinion on sunsetting it?
Oh, I was thinking, Paul, that we might start tomorrow on this committee.
Told you.
And I tried to make that suggestion, and Ramiro said it's too soon. He said, there's no work to do.
All right, so I would then recommend you change it to 2027.
Well, I'm thinking about that.
What have we done? I don't remember what we did for the 2017 as to when we sunsetted it or not.
I think we leave it dormant and then just change it when we get ready to start.
Okay.
You know me, I always want to start stuff early. but
Yep.
not
Yep.
everybody wants to do what I want to do. So
Okay.
I just think we leave it dormant, and then when we start back up on bond again, that we change it to 27 or whatever it is next.
Good, good. Well, I will accept the recommendation of the committee chair on that, and so we'll keep that as dormant. And then as things start to speed up again, once again, if there's a board member that's interested in serving, or if there's board members looking to realign on that and come off, we can revisit that at that time. I'm fine with that. Moving on, thank you, Jean. Moving on to the Ad hoc Library Policies Committee. Did I already say? No, so I'm not proposing any changes to that, and unless there's anybody that would like to be on that committee, and I haven't heard. So right now we have 3, and I'm fine with that. That seems to have worked okay. On the Ad hoc and a Local Agreement Committee, once again with Linda coming off, I've asked Judy to take Linda's place on that. I feel it's important to have as much institutional memory of our dealings with the county on that. And so, Judy, I really appreciate you accepting that and taking that on. It is ad hoc, so nothing now, but keep your powder dry. Things will be, because it does expire at the end of September. And so we will be having discussions, and we have to wait and see what's going to happen with the city judge and the county judge and all kinds of interesting things on the horizon there. But I do appreciate that. Liaisons for the Friends. I have Jasprit coming off and keeping Josie and Marcy. Josie on there, and then Marcy as an alternate. So that's the change that I have, that I will be proposing. And then for the Library Foundation, I'm adding Josie. I've asked Josie to serve on that to replace Linda, and she happily choked and said yes.
I think there's interest too, Paul, for Nancy.
Great. Yes.
Can it be more than one liaison on the liaisons on all 3 categories, or is it just one?
Yeah, we can have 2. We traditionally have 1, and then also an alternate, which we do have an opening for an alternate on the foundation. And I'm speaking maybe for Judy, because she's been asked to be on others, so.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So it's an alternate or say?
I think Judy and Linda did it together. We did it. It wasn't like an alternate.
No, it's both of them would show up. Yeah.
And Josie, Marcy, and I did the same thing, coordinated, so I think that would work out to have to. It makes it a little less stressful.
Great, thank you, Fernanda. So I'd be proposing Fernanda and Josie as the liaisons for the Library Foundation. Do you have a question? Sorry.
No, I was just asking for clarification whether you were, so then Judy is coming off?
Coming off.
Okay. Fernanda will take her place. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what I have is the last one is on the Briscoe. Jean has indicated she thinks it's time to move off that one, and I've asked Marcy to consider that, and she has agreed to be our liaison there for the Briscoe. And on that one, we only have one person, right? So if we wanted an alternate, or if someone wanted to be an alternate, I would absolutely entertain that. Josie, all right.
I don't think you need an alternate on that, Paul. It only meets like 4 times a year.
Okay, I forgot to ask that. I didn't know if it was every other month, so it's only once a quarter. Jean, do you have the dates and times that they meet?
I think we could get that from Tracy.
Yep. Just missed her. But we would absolutely get that to you. Yeah.
Josie has expressed
Yeah,
interest.
yeah. Gene, if that, I plan on still keeping Josie as an alternate in the event that some of those dates don't work for Marcy. Allow them to work together. I actually like kind of the thought of 4 eyes on it and 4 ears on it. So I would stick with Josie as an alternate.
Well, can we get clarification since we have, for the foundation meetings, they're usually, they're still being held at noon, aren't they? Lunch meetings every other month?
Yeah, well, yes, so we are, and we will have the schedule published at our annual meeting, which is in November, for next year.
Okay, but still, kind of a set time, noon.
Yes, it's typically the third Wednesday, so it's the Wednesday immediately prior to this meeting. At noon, our full board meetings are at noon, and there's 5 branches. And there are 4 a year.
Okay, and I just wanted to make sure because I know, I just want to make sure she was aware of that.
So
Joanne's volunteering to be a stand-in for us, and that's what we needed. So I'm taking notes, and you're deliberating. I couldn't tell. I knew something was a joke over there, but were you okay, Josie, with Briscoe? Okay. So. That was serious, okay. For the foundation, not Josie. Fernanda's, I've got Fernanda and I've got Josie. And are we switching it then to Fernanda would be the primary, Josie would be the alternate? Yes. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So, do we traditionally, what do you think, Romero?
Well,
Have you let it out of hand yet?
generally, it's not an alternate. If I recall correctly, I forget if it's the bylaws, it allows for 2 library board trustees to attend so it's not an alternate, it's 2 liaisons to the library foundation.
So maybe should we Joanne and Amanda for the short term?
So Fernanda is very interested, and you may never get a chance to go. It would be okay for 2 of us to go.
It's 2.
So so we will, Josie, you're fine with coming off of the Library Foundation? Okay, even though you were barely on it for just a few moments, okay.
Due to your exceptional performance, Josie, you're being promoted.
So to try to wrap this up, and I think we've had good discussion, and the purpose of what I'm going to do is just to confirm so that we can actually have a vote. And let me just confirm it, and then I can accept motions, and then we would vote. I have not heard of anybody wanting to come onto the Budget Committee. We have 4 right now. And so budget would stay as is on the pink sheet as it is. I'm recommending adding Beth on Facilities Committee as the 5th member on Facilities. Recommending adding Josie as the 4th member on the Naming Committee and having Judy be chair. recommending Beth to replace Joanne on the Public Relations Committee. Public Relations Committee, Joanne coming off and Beth replacing, so we have 5 on that. No change to the ad hoc dormant committee. No change to the ad hoc policy committee. On the ad hoc interlocal, adding Judy as the 4th member on that committee. No change to the Friends, other than taking off Jaspreet, so removing Jaspreet from the Friends. That sounds kind of harsh, but I'll just say it. Removing Jaspreet from the Friends and keeping.
And removing Marcy's alternate status as well. You can scratch that alternate.
So removing Marcy's alternate status, but, and then on the foundation, we have Fernanda and Joanne. And Briscoe, we have Marcy and Josie. So that's my proposal.
Mr. Chair, may I ask for clarification? For the Friends, you only have one board representative. Am I correct? Josie Martinez.
I'm removing Jaspreet. I'm relieving Josie. And relieving Marcy, but removing alternate from Marcy.
Okay.
I guess. So
Alternate.
Look like
okay.
a demotion, maybe?
Got it. That explains it now. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion so we can make this official. Also with understanding that some of these may change. We have some space on some of them, and if someone wants to join and rethinks this anytime in the future, I can entertain that, and we can make those. We can consider those changes at that time. So I'd appreciate a motion so we could consider this and vote on this.
Do I need to read them, or is that not necessary?
I can.
You can say, make motion.
I
notes.
can
I
read
can
them
read
for the record if you would like, and probably makes sense.
Let's do
Yeah.
that, so then I can not be talking, I can be listening and following my notes too.
All right, so the proposed committee appointments and liaison appointments are as follows. The executive committee stays as elected, with Paul Stahl as chair, Jaspreet Kaur as vice chair, Judy Cruz as secretary, Joanne Harris as treasurer, Jean Brady's immediate past chair. Budget committee, the members of as follows: Jaspreet Kaur as chair, Joanne Harris, Jeremy Landine, and Marcy Ince. For the facilities committee, proposed Andrea Sanchez Muniz, chair, Jean Brady, Joanne Harris, Jeremy Landine, and Beth Graham. For the naming committee, we have Judy Cruz as chair, Paul Stahl, Jaspreet Kaur, and Josie Martinez. For the public relations / advocacy committee, we have Jean Brady as chair, Beth Graham as a member, Judy Cruz as a member, Andrea Sanchez as a member, and Fernanda Cardenas as a member. The ad hoc bond committee stays as it is dormant. Ad hoc committee appointments for the policies committee is Jean Brady as chair, Judy Cruz, and Andrea Sanchez as members. For the ad hoc interlocal agreement committee, Paul Stahl will serve as chair, and members include Jean Brady, Jaspreet Kaur, and Judy Cruz. For liaison appointments to the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library are the following board members: Josie Martinez and Marcy Ince. For the San Antonio Public Library Foundation, liaisons are the following: Fernanda Cardenas and Joanne Harris. For the Briscoe Museum liaison, Marcy Ince will represent the San Antonio Public Library. And Josie will serve as an alternate, is what I have.
Josie, is that right?
Is that correct?
Double checking. Perfect. That agrees with my scribbles. So there you have it. Is there going to be a motion? Do we need to? There has not been a motion yet. We're just talking into thin air so far. Perfect. Thank you, Judy. And do we have a second?
I second.
Second on that, Cynthia? Who would like to second that so we can?
Ms. Harris.
Joanne Harris, second. Great. Thank you all very much. Any other questions? This is not written in granite, but it does need to be voted on. So if there's no further questions or deliberations or voluntoldisms, we'll go ahead and go through our roll call vote, please, Cynthia. Thank you.
Jean Brady.
Aye.
Joanne Harris. Josie Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Jeremy Landin.
Aye.
Paul Stahl.
Aye.
Reed Kaur. Marcy Ince. Judy Cruz. Beth Graham. Motion passes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's on the next page. Fernanda Cardenas. Now the motion passes. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I don't know if I've gotten any smoother over the years. I think a few years it went really smooth when I just texted you right before the meeting and told you what was going to happen. Those of y'all that got those texts. Thank y'all very much. I do appreciate y'all being willing to serve. And, the committee work is where a lot of the work's done. Most of the work is done. And I feel very good with the representation that we have. Like I said, we still have some space. If anyone is a born-again mathematician, would like to be on budget, just let me know. We'll move on to item number 17, our final item, review and consider the Library Board's 2023 work plan and take appropriate action. Prior, now we got to talk about that one. So, looking at this, y'all have a draft, or you have last year's, then you have a draft of 2023. And darn it, I have good notes on the exact changes. You'll see that in terms of ordering and numbering, that we've moved the budget development process up to number 2 to reflect the necessity and urgency to keep that top of mind and also to keep it top of mind early. Library timeline item from 22 for 23. So what I'm looking for here is really just recognition, understanding. If you have questions on what's on here, if you think something's missing, if you don't understand something, or if you take exception with hey, something's on here, did we even do that? I mean, we're hitting on all these, and every time I wonder, the value of this document, I go back and review it and look at the things that we've been doing, the directions we're going, the initiatives that are in place, and it really does fall back into this. So this is an important document for us to refer to and to help guide us. It is currently in draft format, so we can have as much or as little deliberation as y'all would like. But does anybody have any questions on the draft as proposed or have any recommended changes?
What is the work plan, Paul?
Ramiro, how would you characterize the work plan? Guiding document?
The work plan sets priorities for the library board to focus on. That's the value of the work plan. It allows again, the board to stay focused, and they're in priority order in terms of importance. Obviously, the renegotiation of the interlocal agreement with Bexar County is, we determined when Paul and I discussed it, as the highest priority. And then there was a discussion about the budget process starting much earlier so that the board would have an opportunity to communicate priorities to their respective council members before the goal-setting session between the city manager and city council, and at the time the city releases the SA Speak Up, because there were concerns that the library didn't fare well in those two arenas.
I have a question. Anything from the 2022 work plan that we did not accomplish that made it to the 2023 work plan?
No, there are several continuations, though. For example, library board engagement is an ongoing goal. The board members are encouraged to stay engaged, attend meetings, stay in touch with their respective council members, advocate for the library with appropriate channels of communication. So it's not that it was not accomplished, but it needs to continue to be sustained, those efforts. And let me look at the Paul and I, as Paul is chair and I as director, we work to stay on top, for example, work sessions, to make sure those happen. Those are planned, and so no, I cannot identify any.
I have a question. With regard to the interlocal agreement with Bexar County, since in any case there will be a new Bexar County judge, and I hope I'm not opening up a can of worms here, is there any thought to perhaps bringing bibliotech under the SAPL purview rather than it being an actual partnership?
Well,
with, of course, appropriate county contribution to operating those facilities?
Well, there's been a lot of different type of conversations throughout the last 10 years, 15 years as part of the negotiation. I believe that was considered at one time. Actually, it was proposed by the county that the SAPL should fall under bibliotech at one time. So those kind of conversations, I would expect that the committee would engage in those kind of conversation strategies, tactics, approaches, timelines, and I expect that committee to be very busy this coming year. While the current agreement expires September 2023, it takes more than a year to actually go, start the negotiations. One task of the committee will be to work with our assistant city manager to get feedback also from the city manager and to provide some guidance and direction for the board. Or the board can decide we want to do it this way and we want to propose and recommend to the city manager. So there has to be that kind of deliberation on how to proceed strategically and in unison or in alignment with city management as well, since the city management play a very important role as well. There is a master agreement where all interlocal agreements are included, so there's a lot of moving parts. That's why I feel that that's a very important committee. There's
a lot to do, short time to do it, uncertainties in leadership that'll be certain soon, and so yeah, it compresses that window for negotiating with them, discussing with them the next steps of that agreement. So what I'm going to do is, and I apologize, I was going to go ahead and do it, so maybe it's easier to get us along there. So we discussed what priority number 1 was. Number 2 is the budget 2023 budget development process. We have established library's budget priorities for FY 2024 as early as realistically possible. We have developed a library board-driven action plan to proactively seek support from the new city manager and city council for library budget priorities. These are items that we wanted to move up in importance and to make sure that we have these kind of, as frankly, action items, and to drive some of our behaviors and our activities in an earlier way. Priority number 3, library strategic plan, to support the efforts by the staff to update the library strategic plan during FY23 by engaging in staff-driven activities, providing appropriate feedback. Item 4, strengthening collaborative efforts with key library stakeholders. Bullet 1, support the efforts of the Library Foundation and Friends by actively participating in their respective events and programs, actively supporting the Friends of San Antonio, the Friends of the San Antonio Library by signing up as a member as well. Second bullet item there is to support efforts to evaluate and deter the future partnership. You read that with me? Support efforts to evaluate and determine.
Yeah, yes, there are several typos, my apologies. That's one of them. It should be determined. Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, if I can go back to item number 2, Roman numeral 2, it should be FY 2024. Sorry about that. And the city manager is no longer new, so we should remove new city manager.
Gotcha.
And then determined is the other correction that I needed to communicate.
So back on number 4, bullet 2, support efforts to evaluate and determine the future partnership with the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library, not deter. Yeah. Item 5, library board engagement. So hold a board work session to further assist library trustees in fulfilling their respective roles. Bullet 2, continue the goal for trustees to visit each branch library in their respective district at least once during 23. Bullet 3, trustees are to schedule at least one-on-one meeting with their respective council members to educate council members on the value of the library system within their respective district, and that can overlap obviously with the budget process. And item number 6, library board policies. Work with the library staff through an ad hoc board policy committee to review and update existing library board directives through FY 23. So those are the items.
Yeah, okay.
23?
No, it's actually the work plan is an annual plan. It's a calendar plan. That's why it's 2023. But the budget, it is the budget development process. It's the FY 2024 budget development process. The plan itself will commence with the start of the new year, the calendar year. That's how we have to.
I recommend we make that distinction. Let's make that distinction on there somewhere, maybe.
Okay.
So, and then what about the strategic plan? Is that for the fiscal year or is that for the year?
The strategic plan is for the fiscal year. Well, I'm making it more complicated. It's scheduled to be completed in 2023, so it's fine. Just take the FY out. But again, historically, the plan is a calendar year, not a fiscal year. And generally, it's approved in January. We started earlier this time, so it's creating part of the confusion. Sorry about that.
Not really an easy or straightforward way to go about what we're trying to do here. And what I'm looking for is if there's anything that you see on here that you're like, why aren't we doing X? I thought that was something that we had talked about, or I thought that was something. I don't feel like we've missed anything that big, but that's the purpose here, is to make sure. And also, if there's anything that, any other comments or changes that you think we should make to this. And once again, this is a guiding document. And it's a document that's meant to help us make sure that we're hitting, touching all the bases. So.
I'm curious, in the years past, the library board engagement, is this pretty consistent with what we've always had? Maybe it's time for us to add another dimension, like just trying to think about other aspects for the board. Like, should we also have a goal to attend a library event or a certain number of library events? not thinking something crazy, but visiting each branch in your district once in the year seems like very attainable, right? I think everyone's probably doing more than that, so just thinking about attending an event, just to get insights into the program and just understand the passage. So do you think has it ever been done before, or is that necessary?
So like, would Katrina be an event?
I think so.
I-
It's a working document, right?
Yeah.
It's just like during half the year, you want to add something else, you could, correct?
So, yeah.
Sure, it's
and
the
also,
board's prerogative,
we
yes.
could add something to the second bullet. Continue goal for trustees to visit each branch library in their respective district at least once, and to attend however, and attend events.
I don't know, what do y'all think? I was just thinking because we used this last year when we were onboarding board members, so it's like good to just be
Sure.
like, here's all this stuff, don't forget.
Sure, why don't you propose the wording to add events to that?
What do y'all think? We already do it, it's not like we. Right.
I was going to say, from my perspective, when I've been at library events, both as a staff person and as a member of the Friends, I always see great representation from the library board. And I know that we're limited in some cases by not wanting to be an informal quorum or anything like that, so that's an item to consider as well. But I don't think that's something that the board falls down on. Let me say that. I think the board does a great job of that.
I'm happy also to add language to make sure we're saying events as well as visiting your branch.
Let's do it.
Okay, so we'll add in there, continue goal for trustees to visit each branch, library in their respective district at least once during 2023, and attend events.
Library-related events, or you want to say that?
Sure.
Is that-
Anything right now. Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay.
She has to earn that.
So yeah, right, if anyone is struck by anything in the upcoming months, we can revisit this at any time. I'm completely open to that, for sure. Anything else? We can also be having a motion. Sometimes I'm not saying I do this backwards. I mean, traditionally, you'd have to have a motion to be discussing a lot of stuff. But in the friendly way that we do it, it's been fine. But I will entertain a motion, and we can continue to have discussion on this. Anybody want to move to adopt the 2023 work plan?
I'll make a motion. I move that we adopt the 2023 work plan as we have been discussing the draft version of.
I second.
With the changes and with adding the attending library events. So we have a motion and we have a second. Jean, thank you. Any other proposals to add onto this? Any other ideas you have, please bring them to me. But for now, we'll vote on it as submitted. So Cynthia, if you could take us through a roll call vote, please.
Jean Brady,
Aye.
Joanne Harris, Josie Martinez, Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent, Jeremy Landin,
Yes. I'm sorry, I can't do myself in the book.
Yeah.
Fernanda Cárdenas, Paul Stahl,
Aye.
Rick Kaur,
Aye.
Marcy Ince, Judy Cruz, Beth Graham.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is the stuff we do at the beginning of the year, so. Yes, Ramiro?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of items. Earlier, I have seriously suggested the board could have its December board meeting at the Briscoe I have been told, because we published in advance where the board will be meeting, that we would need action by the board to do that. Again, I was half serious. Obviously, the Briscoe is happy to and will welcome the board there, but I don't know if the board is interested in doing that. Then the board would need to take action. Now, Steve is gone, Jessica. So we suggested what, administrative action to accomplish this? So there's no agenda item on it, so that's a new one for me. So do you have any suggestions how we would accomplish that? First of all, is there an agreement by this board that you would like to have its December board meeting, and it's also the holiday gathering at the Briscoe? Okay.
In the past, the board has has taken administrative action through library director to change the meeting schedule for the location. As long as it's immediately put out in the public, all information is updated at library locations on our website as well. So it's the board can give direction to the library director to undertake that change.
Does the board have to vote?
That has happened in the past. Steve also said before he left, because it is an administrative procedural sort of situation, that action can be taken. It doesn't have to be on the agenda because it's an administrative procedure. And so the board could also take action, even though it's not on the agenda, because it's administrative. It's just me moving a location. But again, Steve has departed, but that is what he relayed to me before he departed.
And the chair direct me as
Correct.
library director to do that? Okay.
Okay, so in terms of this discussion, where would we meet? Where would we meet? Would we meet in, would we have room?
No, we would have but it would be, the location would be the Briscoe.
Right, where in the Briscoe?
Oh.
And do we have to make allotments for technology and citizens to be heard and all that, right?
We would have to explore all of those possibilities, and then we're assuming that the date the board is scheduled to meet is available. But there's spaces within the Briscoe, not only the pavilion, but also within the museum that I believe we can meet, even in our portal. It's large enough where we can set up a board meeting, I believe. So I'm guessing at this point.
There's a boardroom.
Okay. All right. So I think we have enough options.
I would like to suggest that perhaps we don't do this at Christmas. We do it another time and see if we can and so we have a little more time to plan for it. The parking downtown at Christmas, and I will say the parking in the garage is not ideal, and at Christmas time it will be even less ideal. Not trying to put a damper on it, I'm just trying to be practical about getting to that meeting.
I'm feeling the rush of it myself. I think the intention is obviously good. And if we choose not to meet at the Briscoe December 7th, that certainly doesn't mean that we don't make plans to get to the Briscoe and have have an opportunity for everyone to see that, for us to get briefed from them. Sure. So, Gene, I appreciate you speaking up. That's how I felt. Does anyone feel strongly that now that Ramiro put it out there in the universe, that you really want to meet at the Briscoe and have to change the meeting schedule and all that?
I just have a question. And please, Jessica, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the agenda has to be posted 72 hours prior to the public on where we're meeting and the agenda item. So not necessarily for December, but let's just say we want to go to in January. We still have time because it's just a 72-hour posting. Is that correct?
That's, so anytime the library board of trustees meets in an open session, it does have to be posted 72 hours in advance. That is correct.
I think Jessica was reminding us that where we meet at each month for the entire year has been set by the board by a previous decision that schedules. I think that's what Jessica was saying would need to be addressed. You can't just like one day say like, oh, we're going to change.
And meet somewhere else.
Yeah.
But if we do, we would have to be action by the board. Maybe we could consider February, or next time that we're here at Central, February or April. I would think it'd be better to not take action on December 7th at this point. So just, we'll keep our central meeting December 7th, holiday party here still.
Sure.
Maybe we'll instruct staff to work with the Briscoe to see what might be a good follow-up date for a visit. And maybe even in conjunction with a meeting to make it even that much more convenient for us and to explore that space, so.
And if I may add, I'm very interested in learning more about the Briscoe. I'm excited to learn more about that project. I'm not familiar with it. But as a member of a community that has gone through like ethnic cleansing and other issues, I am concerned about the use of the term Indian art sale. And I'm also hesitant about having like a celebratory holiday gathering there without understanding the context of how some of that terminology might be used in a facility like that.
I appreciate you speaking up and mentioning that.
Thank you.
Okay, so no action will be taken then. I do have a correction to the minutes that you have just approved at the start of the meeting. On page 8 out of 8, you will see that the nominating committee slate includes Linda Nairn. It should be Ms. Harris, Joanne Harris, so that change needs to be made. I'm told that the board needs to vote again. Am I correct, Jessica? To accommodate the change. Page 8 of 8.
On the back page.
Yep, on the back page.
That's where it got
The last page.
off, so.
So we will scratch out Linda Nairn as treasurer, and so that the record is correct.
Do we need to vote again?
That's
Okay.
what I'm
So
told.
can I get a motion to replace Linda Nairn's name with Joanne Harris's name on treasurer on page 8 of the minutes from September? Great. First, we have a second to replace Linda with Joanne. All those in favor respond to Cynthia as she does the roll call vote.
Yes.
So, Jean Brady. That was Jean. Joanne Harris. Josie Martinez. Andrea Sanchez Muniz is absent. Jeremy Landin. Jeremy is absent. Fernanda Cardenas. Paul Stahl.
Aye.
Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Marcy Inns. Judy Cruz. Beth Graham. Motion passes.
Very much. Anything else, Mario?
No, the board will be going into executive session. I believe you have been given a script. Did you provide the script for Paul?
Back. It's at the back. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will begin its executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074, Personnel Matters, Library Director's Performance Evaluation on this 26th day of October, 2022 at 7:26 p.m. So we will begin executive session. So the Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library has completed its executive session on the 26th day of October 2022 at 8:39 p.m. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will now resume its open session. No action was taken. So that concludes all of our agenda items, and I will close our board meeting. Good night, everyone. Thank you. We're in adjournment.